Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Undercity's Daughter. In the depths beneath Pilttover's gleaming spires, where the sun's light never quite penetrates the perpetual haze of industry and ambition, there exists a world that most above refuse to acknowledge. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of contemplation, let us descend into the labyrinthine streets of Zone, where a blue-haired child once played among the shadows and chemical mists, unknowing that her laughter would one day echo as something far more dangerous. The Undercity breathes with a rhythm all its own, a mechanical heartbeat powered by the ambitions of those who dwell in Pilttover's shadow. Imagine yourself walking through these winding corridors carved from stone in desperation, where the air itself seems to shimmer with a greenish tint from the countless alchemical experiments that bubble and hiss behind workshop doors. The walls weep with condensation that tastes of copper and dreams deferred, while overhead, a network of pipes and cables creates a canopy that blocks out any hope of natural sky. Here, in a makeshift home built from salvaged materials and stubborn hope, a young girl named Powder learned to see beauty in the broken things that others discarded. Her hair, that distinctive blue that would later become both her signature and her curse, caught the flickering light of jury-rigged electrical systems as she bent over her latest creation. Her fingers, small and nimble even then, worked with a precision that seemed almost magical as she coaxed life from the mechanical refuse that found its way into her tiny hands. Powder's world was one of contradictions, where danger and wonder lived side by side in an uneasy dance. The Undercity that raised her was harsh, unforgiving in its indifference to the dreams of children, yet it was also a place where innovation bloomed like fungus in the darkness. Every corner held the promise of discovery. Every discarded piece of machinery whispered secrets of how the world above functioned, how it might be improved, or perhaps, how it might be made to pay attention to those it had forgotten. The child who would become Jinx learned early that survival in Zone required more than mere endurance. It demanded creativity, adaptability, and above all, the ability to find joy in the midst of chaos. She discovered that a broken music box could be transformed into a tiny explosive device, that discarded chemical containers could be repurposed to create colorful reactions that painted the gray walls with brief moments of rainbow brilliance. Each small success was a victory against a world that seemed determined to crush the spirit of anyone born beneath its notice. But Powder was never alone in her explorations of the Undercity's hidden wonders. The makeshift family that had taken her in provided the closest thing to stability that Zaun could offer. Vander, the man who served as both protector and father figure to the motley collection of orphans, carried himself with the weight of someone who had seen too much violence and chosen a different path. His presence was like a lighthouse in the perpetual twilight of the Undercity, a beacon that promised safety and belonging to children who had known precious little of either. Among her adopted siblings, it was Vi who captured Powder's heart most completely. Vi, with her fierce determination and unwavering loyalty, became both hero and North Star to the younger girl. Where Powder was inventive and cautious, Vi was bold and direct, ready to face any challenge with her fists and her unshakable belief that family meant everything. The older girl's protective instincts wrapped around Powder like armor, creating a sense of security that allowed the younger child's creativity to flourish. In those early days, before tragedy would reshape their destinies, The two sisters explored the Undercity together with the fearless curiosity that belongs only to the young. They discovered hidden passages that connected the lower levels like arteries in some vast mechanical body. They learned which vendors could be trusted and which enforcers could be avoided. Most importantly, they learned that together they could face whatever challenges the Undercity might throw at them. Powder's genius for invention began to manifest in those innocent years, though none could have predicted the terrible directions it would eventually take. She built tiny mechanical toys that delighted the other children, crafted ingenious solutions to everyday problems that plagued their ramshackle home, and demonstrated an intuitive understanding of both chemistry and engineering that would have impressed the scholars of Pilttover's academies. Yet there was always something slightly unpredictable about her creations, a tendency toward explosive outcomes that hinted at the chaos that lay dormant within her brilliant mind. The Undercity itself seemed to nurture this combination of creativity and destruction. In a place where the line between innovation and desperation blurred daily, where the refuse of the city above became the raw materials for survival below, Powder learned to see potential in everything. A broken timepiece became the heart of a new invention. Discarded chemicals could be combined to create spectacular, if dangerous, light shows. Even failure held its own beauty, especially when it resulted in colorful explosions that briefly illuminated the perpetual gloom of their subterranean world. As Powder grew, so did her understanding of the complex relationship between Pilttover and Zon. She began to comprehend that the prosperity above was built, in part, on the exploitation of those below. The realization brought with it a sense of injustice that would later fuel her more destructive impulses, but in childhood, it manifested as a determination to prove that the Undercity could produce wonders equal to anything the topside academics might create. The other children in their makeshift family each brought their own skills and perspectives to their shared existence. Milo, with his quick wit and quicker fingers, could procure almost anything they needed, through means both legal and otherwise. Claggor, strong and dependable, provided the muscle needed for their more ambitious ventures. Together, they formed a unit that was greater than the sum of its parts, bound by necessity, but strengthened by genuine affection. Yet even in those golden days of childhood, there were signs of the darkness that would eventually consume their happiness. Powder's inventions, while impressive, had a tendency to malfunction at crucial moments. Her desire to contribute to the family's activities sometimes led to complications that her siblings had to resolve. The frustration of being seen as the weak link in their group planted seeds of inadequacy that would grow into something far more dangerous in the years to come. The Undercity's lessons were harsh but necessary. Powder learned that weakness was a luxury that children like her could not afford. She discovered that the world above viewed those below as expendable, useful only insofar as they could provide labor or resources to fuel Pilttover's endless expansion. Most importantly, she began to understand that survival required not just intelligence and creativity, but also the ability to become something other than what the world expected you to be. In those early years, transformation seemed like a game, a way to explore different aspects of herself while maintaining the core identity that her family loved and accepted. She could be the brilliant inventor working on her latest mechanical marvel, the devoted sister following Vine on another adventure, or the mischievous child whose pranks brought laughter to their often grim existence. Each role felt natural. Each identity seemed like a facet of the same precious gem. The streets of Zone taught Powder about resilience, about finding beauty in the broken and discarded. They showed her that family could be chosen rather than inherited, that love could flourish even in the most unlikely circumstances. These lessons would remain with her long after the innocence of childhood had been stripped away, serving as both anchor and torment in the difficult years ahead. As our first chapter draws to a close, we see young Powder poised on the threshold of change, her blue hair catching the light of her latest invention as she works with the focused intensity that would define her entire life. She is still innocent, still hopeful, still believing that her brilliant mind and loving family can overcome any obstacle that the Undercity might present. The tragedy that will reshape her destiny still lies ahead, hidden in the shadows of choices not yet made. Perhaps, as you drift towards sleep tonight, you might consider the delicate nature of childhood innocence and how the environments that shape us in our earliest years continue to echo through every decision we make. What dreams might flourish in even the darkest places, and how do the families we choose sustain us through the inevitable storms of change? Chapter 2: Sister's Shadow. In the depths of memory, where love and pain intertwine like vines around a crumbling wall, there exists a bond that transcends blood, circumstance, and even tragedy itself. Tonight, as shadows dance beyond our contemplation, let us explore the profound connection between two souls who found in each other something that the harsh world of Zan could never provide: unconditional acceptance and unwavering loyalty. Vi moved through the Undercity like a force of nature contained within a human frame, her pink hair a defiant splash of color against the muted grays and sickly greens that dominated their subterranean world. Where others saw obstacles, she saw challenges to be overcome through sheer determination and the strength of her convictions. Her fists, already calloused from countless encounters with both friend and foe, carried with them the promise that she would protect what mattered most, regardless of the cost to herself. For young Powder, Vi represented everything she aspired to become: confident, capable, fearless in the face of uncertainty. The older girl possessed a magnetic presence that drew others to her cause, a natural leadership that made even the most hardened residents of Zan stop and listen when she spoke. She was the sun around which Powder's world orbited, the fixed point of reference that gave meaning to all her small struggles and great ambitions. Their relationship began not with grand gestures or dramatic moments, but in the quiet spaces between crisis and conflict where true bonds are forged. Vi noticed when Powder struggled with a particularly complex mechanism, offering patient encouragement rather than frustrated criticism. She remembered Powder's small victories, celebrating each successful invention with genuine enthusiasm that made the younger girl's heart swell with pride and belonging. In return, Powder offered Vin something equally precious: unwavering faith in her judgment and an eager willingness to follow wherever her older sister might lead. She became Vin's most devoted supporter, the voice that cheered loudest during victories and offered comfort during the inevitable defeats that life in the Undercity provided. Their bond was symbiotic, each drawing strength from the other's presence, while contributing their own unique gifts to their shared existence. The adventures they shared in those early years took on an almost mythical quality in Powder's memory. Together, they explored abandoned sections of the Undercity that others feared to enter, navigating through collapsed tunnels and forgotten chambers where the echoes of their laughter seemed to chase away decades of accumulated shadows. Vi's fearlessness opened doors that would have remained forever closed to Powder alone, while Powder's inventive genius provided solutions to obstacles that would have stopped even Vi's determined advance. They developed their own language of gestures and glances, a silent communication born of countless hours spent working in perfect harmony toward common goals. A raised eyebrow from Vi could convey an entire plan of action, while a subtle nod from Powder indicated her readiness to support whatever scheme her sister had conceived. This wordless understanding became one of their greatest strengths, allowing them to coordinate their efforts with a precision that impressed even the most cynical observers. Yet for all her love and admiration, Powder sometimes felt the weight of living in Vi's considerable shadow. The older girl's natural charisma and obvious competence made her the center of attention in any group, the one others turned to for guidance and protection. Powder found herself cast in the role of supporter rather than leader, valued for her contributions, but never quite seen as Vi's equal in the eyes of their peers. This dynamic created within Powder a desperate hunger to prove herself worthy of the pedestal upon which she had placed her beloved sister. She pushed herself to excel in areas where Vi showed less natural aptitude, throwing herself into increasingly complex inventions and mechanical challenges with an intensity that sometimes worried those who cared about her. Each success brought her momentary satisfaction, but the underlying need for validation remained constant, a hollow ache that no amount of achievement could fully heal. Vi, for her part, seemed largely unaware of the pressure her very existence placed upon Powder's developing sense of self-worth. She saw only a brilliant younger sister, whose creativity and intelligence complemented her own more straightforward approach to problem-solving. In her protective instincts, she sometimes shielded Powder from challenges that the younger girl desperately wanted to face, unknowingly reinforcing the very dynamic that caused her sister such internal conflict. The Undercity provided no shortage of opportunities for their partnership to develop and strengthen. They learned to work together during the frequent shortages of food or medicine that plagued their community, with Vi using her connections and reputation to open doors, while Powder contributed ingenious solutions to seemingly impossible logistical problems. They faced down bullies and opportunistic criminals as a united front, Vi's fists and Powder's explosive devices proving to be a formidable combination. During quieter moments, when the chaos of Undercity life briefly subsided, they would sit together in their makeshift home and share dreams of a better future. Vi spoke of a day when Zahn would stand as an equal to Pilttover, when the children of the Undercity would no longer have to scavenge for survival or hide from enforcers who saw them as inherently criminal. Powder, inspired by these visions, would describe the inventions she would create to help bring about this transformation, mechanical marvels that would improve life for everyone they cared about. These conversations revealed the depth of their shared idealism, a belief that their combined efforts could somehow overcome the structural inequalities that defined their world. Vi's determination and Powder's brilliance seemed capable of achieving anything when properly focused, and in those precious moments of unity and purpose, the future felt not just possible but inevitable. The bond between them extended beyond mere sisterly affection into something approaching spiritual connection. They shared not just experiences but perspectives, developing a synchronized worldview that made them formidable allies and devoted companions. Powder learned to see the world through Vi's eyes, understanding the importance of loyalty, courage, and the willingness to sacrifice for those who mattered most. Vi, in turn, gained an appreciation for the subtle complexities that Powder's inventive mind revealed in even the simplest situations. Their partnership became legendary within their small circle of family and friends. Others spoke of Vi and Powder as a single entity, recognizing that their combined capabilities far exceeded what either could accomplish alone. This recognition brought Powder a measure of the validation she craved, but it also reinforced her sense that her identity was inextricably linked to Vi's presence and approval. As they grew older, the challenges they faced together became more complex and dangerous. The stakes of their adventures increased from childhood games to genuine risks that could result in serious injury or worse. Through it all, their trust in each other remained absolute, a faith that seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle the Undercity might present. Vi never doubted that Powder would find a way to support her plans, while Powder never questioned that Vi would keep them both safe, regardless of the dangers they encountered. The strength of their bond became both their greatest asset and their most vulnerable point. So completely had they come to depend upon each other that the possibility of separation seemed not just unlikely, but literally unthinkable. They had created between them a shared identity that felt permanent, unshakable, destined to endure whatever trials the future might bring. Yet, even in those golden days of perfect partnership, there were subtle signs of the fragility that lay beneath their seemingly unbreakable connection. Powder's increasing need to prove herself sometimes led to decisions that prioritized dramatic impact over practical effectiveness. Vi's protective instincts occasionally manifested as controlling behavior that left Powder feeling diminished rather than cherished. These small cracks in their perfect unity remained largely unnoticed, buried beneath the overwhelming power of their mutual devotion. As this chapter of their story draws to a close, we see Vi and Powder at the height of their partnership, two souls so perfectly attuned to each other that they seemed destined to face whatever challenges awaited them with unshakable unity. The tragedy that would test their bond to its breaking point still lay hidden in the shadows of choices yet to be made, consequences yet to be faced. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you tonight, you might reflect upon the relationships that have shaped your own identity, those precious connections that make us feel both more ourselves and part of something greater than we could ever be alone. How do we balance our need for independence with our hunger for belonging? And what happens when the very bonds that sustain us become the source of our greatest vulnerability? Chapter 3. The Fateful Heist. There are moments in every life when the trajectory of fate shifts with such sudden violence that the world before seems like a distant dream, and the world after becomes an unrecognizable nightmare. Tonight, as we gather the threads of our story, let us approach with gentle reverence the day when everything changed, when a young girl's desperate desire to help became the catalyst for unimaginable loss and transformation. The morning that would forever divide Powder's life into before and after began like any other in the Undercity, with the familiar sounds of distant machinery and the ever-present haze of chemical fog drifting through their makeshift home. Yet beneath the surface normalcy, tension crackled like electricity before a storm. Vander, their protective father figure, had been taken by the enforcers of Pilttover, and the weight of his absence pressed down upon the remaining family like a physical force. V paced the confines of their small sanctuary with the restless energy of a caged predator, her fists clenching and unclenching as she formulated plan after desperate plan to rescue the man who had given them all a sense of belonging. Her determination burned with such intensity that it seemed to fill the room with heat, making the air itself shimmer with possibility and danger. For V, there was no question of whether to act, only how to act most effectively. Powder watched her beloved sister with a mixture of admiration and growing anxiety, recognizing the signs that preceded V's most reckless decisions. The older girl's protective instincts had been triggered to their maximum intensity, and nothing short of Vander's safe return would satisfy the burning need for action that consumed her. In V's eyes, Powder could see the reflection of her own desperate desire to contribute something meaningful to their family's salvation. The plan that emerged from their urgent deliberations was ambitious, dangerous, and born from the kind of desperate hope that children mistake for certainty. They would infiltrate the building where Vander was being held, using Powder's inventions and Vi's combat skills to overcome whatever obstacles stood between them and their goal. It was the kind of scheme that had succeeded in their smaller adventures, but the stakes now were higher than any they had previously faced. Powder threw herself into preparations with an intensity that bordered on obsession, working feverishly to create devices that would give them the edge they needed against superior numbers and firepower. Her tiny workspace became a frenzy of activity as she assembled her most ambitious inventions yet, bombs designed to create maximum disruption with precise timing. Each device represented hours of careful calculation and meticulous craftsmanship, the culmination of everything she had learned about the volatile marriage of chemistry and engineering. As the moment of action approached, Powder felt the familiar mixture of excitement and terror that preceded their most dangerous ventures. This time, however, the stakes seemed to magnify every emotion until her hands shook with nervous energy and her mind raced with scenarios both hopeful and catastrophic. She was acutely aware that this mission would test not just her inventions but her worthiness to stand beside Viz as an equal partner in their family's struggles. The infiltration itself unfolded with the kind of careful precision that had made their partnership legendary within their small circle. V moved through the building's defenses like a force of nature barely contained within human form, while Powder provided support with the reliability that years of practice had perfected. For precious moments, it seemed as though their bond and combined skills would once again prove sufficient to overcome impossible odds. But the Undercity had taught its children harsh lessons about the unpredictability of even the most carefully laid plans. As the mission progressed, complications arose that neither sibling had anticipated. The building's security proved more sophisticated than expected. the number of opponents greater than their intelligence had suggested. What had been conceived as a swift rescue operation began to transform into something far more desperate and dangerous. It was in this moment of crisis that Powder made the decision that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Seeing Vi overwhelmed by superior numbers, watching their carefully orchestrated plan begin to collapse into chaos, she chose to deploy her most powerful invention in hopes of turning the tide in their favor. The bomb she had created was her masterpiece, a device that represented the absolute pinnacle of her mechanical genius and chemical knowledge. The explosion that followed exceeded even Powder's most optimistic calculations, filling the air with color and sound and devastating force. For a brief, terrifying moment, it seemed as though her intervention had succeeded beyond her wildest dreams. The enemy forces were scattered, their advantage neutralized by the sheer audacity of Powder's contribution to the battle. She felt a surge of triumph, the intoxicating validation of knowing that her abilities had proven decisive when it mattered most. But the aftermath revealed the terrible cost of her success. The explosion that had saved Vi had also claimed the lives of those they had come to rescue. In her desperate desire to help, Powder had created a tragedy that dwarfed the original crisis they had sought to resolve. The very people she had hoped to save lay still and silent, victims of her own uncontrolled ambition and imperfect understanding of the forces she had unleashed. The silence that followed seemed to stretch for eternity, broken only by the settling debris and the distant sounds of approaching sirens. Powder stood frozen in the midst of the destruction she had caused, her mind struggling to process the enormity of what had occurred. The pride she had felt moments before transformed into something cold and terrible, a horror that seemed to freeze her blood and steal her breath. When Vi finally emerged from the wreckage, her face bore an expression that Powder had never seen before, a mixture of grief and rage and desperate disbelief that cut through the younger girl's heart like a blade. For the first time in their shared history, Vi looked at Powder not with love or pride, or even exasperation, but with something approaching fear. The trust that had been the foundation of their relationship cracked under the weight of unintended consequences and irreversible loss. The words that passed between them in those terrible moments were like hammers striking against glass, shattering the perfect understanding they had built over years of shared experiences and mutual devotion. Via's anger, born from grief and shock and the terrible realization that their family would never be whole again, found expression in accusations that struck Powder's heart with surgical precision. Each syllable carried the weight of betrayal, disappointment, and the kind of hurt that only those we love most can inflict. In that moment of ultimate crisis, when Powder needed Via's support and understanding more than ever before, she found instead rejection and blame. The sister, who had been her anchor in the chaotic world of the Undercity, suddenly seemed like a stranger, someone whose love had been conditional upon Powder's ability to contribute positively to their shared goals. The foundation upon which she had built her entire sense of self-worth crumbled beneath the weight of Via's disappointment. What followed was perhaps the most devastating moment of all. Via's departure. Faced with the magnitude of the tragedy and the apparent transformation of her beloved sister into someone capable of such destruction, Vi made the choice to walk away. Her words, delivered in the heat of overwhelming emotion, carried a finality that left no room for hope or redemption. She told Powder, in terms that could not be misunderstood, that she was no longer wanted, no longer family, no longer loved. Alone in the midst of destruction she had caused, Powder felt something fundamental break inside her chest, a snapping sound that seemed to echo through her soul with devastating clarity. The identity she had carefully constructed around V's approval and acceptance disintegrated, leaving behind only emptiness and the terrible knowledge that she had destroyed the most precious thing in her world through her own actions. As this darkest chapter of our story draws to its close, we see young Powder kneeling in the wreckage of her former life, surrounded by the consequences of her desperate attempt to prove her worth. The girl who had once found joy in creation now confronted the devastating power of destruction, while the bond that had defined her existence lay shattered beyond any hope of easy repair. In the stillness of approaching sleep, you might consider the weight that our best intentions sometimes carry, and how the very love that drives us to action can lead us toward consequences we never imagined. What happens to the heart when its greatest gift becomes its most terrible burden? And how do we find ourselves again when the mirror of another's love no longer shows us who we thought we were? Chapter 4: Silco's Embrace. In the aftermath of devastation, when the familiar world has crumbled and left only silence and ash, the human heart seeks shelter wherever it might be found. Tonight, as we delve deeper into our tale of transformation, let us explore how a broken child's desperate need for belonging led her into the arms of someone who would reshape her understanding of love, loyalty, and the price of both. Silco found her there in the ruins of her former life, a small figure hunched among the debris of shattered dreams and broken promises. Where others might have seen only another casualty of the Undercity's endless violence, he recognized something precious. A mind capable of extraordinary creation now twisted by betrayal and abandonment into something potentially far more valuable. His scarred face, marked by betrayals of his own, reflected an understanding of pain that went deeper than mere sympathy. The man who would become Powder's new father figure moved through the Undercity like a shark through dark waters, his presence both commanding and terrible in its quiet intensity. Where Vander had ruled through strength tempered by compassion, Silco wielded power through a combination of intellect, ruthlessness, and an almost supernatural ability to see the potential that others overlooked. He was a student of human nature in its most broken forms, a collector of damaged souls who could be molded into instruments of his vision. When he spoke to the devastated child, his voice carried none of the angry disappointment that had driven Vine away, nor the protective concern that had sometimes made Vander seem distant. Instead, he offered something that Powder had never experienced before: acceptance without conditions, understanding without judgment, and most intoxicating of all, validation of the rage and hurt that consumed her small frame. He did not seek to heal her wounds, but to help her transform them into weapons. "You're perfect," he told her, in that first moment of connection, and the words fell upon her starved heart like rain upon desert sand. Where Vi had loved her despite her flaws, where Vander had protected her from her own dangerous impulses, Silco embraced her precisely because of the destruction she was capable of unleashing. In his eyes, she saw reflected not the disappointed recognition of a burden, but the hungry appreciation of a predator who had found the perfect weapon. The transition from Powder to Silco's adopted daughter did not happen overnight, but unfolded gradually like a flower blooming in reverse, each petal of innocence falling away to reveal something harder and more dangerous beneath. He provided her with a new home, a sanctuary hidden in the deepest parts of Zan, where the air itself seemed to pulse with ambition and barely contained violence. Here, surrounded by the tools and chemicals needed for her work, Powder began the slow process of reconstructing her identity around her new father's expectations. Silco's love, if it could be called that, was unlike anything Powder had experienced before. Where her previous family had sought to protect her from the Undercity's harsh realities, he immersed her in them completely, teaching her to see cruelty and betrayal not as aberrations to be avoided, but as fundamental truths to be embraced and exploited. He spoke to her of loyalty earned through shared suffering, of family bonds forged in the fires of mutual necessity rather than mere affection. Under his guidance, Powder's mechanical genius found new and darker applications. The inventions that had once been created to solve problems or bring moments of joy to her family were redesigned with more sinister purposes in mind. Bombs became not tools of last resort, but instruments of terror and control. Chemical compounds that had once created beautiful colors now served to spread fear and chaos through the ranks of Silco's enemies. The relationship that developed between them was complex, layered with genuine affection, mutual manipulation, and the kind of twisted dependency that emerges when broken people find in each other exactly what they need to survive. Silco needed an heir to his criminal empire, someone whose loyalty was absolute and whose capabilities were extraordinary. Powder needed a parent who would never abandon her, never express disappointment in her true nature, never ask her to be anything other than what she was becoming. He called her Jinx, and the name felt like both baptism and burial, the christening of a new identity built upon the grave of everything she had been before. The word carried with it implications of chaos and unpredictability, of being simultaneously curse and blessing to those around her. It was a name that acknowledged her capacity for destruction, while celebrating it as a source of power rather than shame. In Silco's world, Jinx found a family of sorts, though it bore little resemblance to the warm chaos of Vander's household. Here, loyalty was enforced through fear as much as affection, and love was demonstrated through shared acts of violence rather than moments of simple companionship. Yet for all its darkness, this new family provided something that Jinx desperately needed, a sense of purpose and belonging that did not require her to suppress the dangerous aspects of her nature. The criminal empire that Silco had built became Jinx's playground and training ground, a vast network of operations that gave scope to her increasingly sophisticated understanding of chemistry, engineering, and human psychology. She learned to read the subtle signs that preceded betrayal, to identify weakness in both allies and enemies, to calculate not just the explosive yield of her devices, but their psychological impact upon those who witnessed their effects. Under Silco's tutelage, Jinx discovered that her talent for destruction could be channeled into something approaching artistry. Her bombs became increasingly elaborate, their effects carefully choreographed to maximize both physical damage and emotional impact. She learned to see terror as a medium for self-expression, chaos as a form of communication that transcended the limitations of mere words. The relationship between father and daughter deepened through shared acts of violence and mutual dependence. Silco provided the guidance and protection that allowed Jinx's abilities to flourish, while she became the instrument through which his vision of Zaan's future could be realized. Their bond was forged not in moments of tenderness, but in the crucible of shared purpose and complementary skills. Yet even as Jinx embraced her new identity and found satisfaction in her role as Silco's weapon, part of her remained forever changed by the loss of her original family. The memory of Vi's rejection served as both motivation and torment, driving her to excel in her new life, while simultaneously poisoning every moment of a parent's success with the knowledge of what she had lost. Silco, with his keen understanding of human psychology, learned to use this pain as a tool for ensuring her continued loyalty. He spoke often of betrayal, of how those who claimed to love us would inevitably abandon us when we became inconvenient or uncomfortable. These lessons reinforced Jinx's growing belief that her original family's love had been conditional, dependent upon her ability to be the person they wanted rather than the person she truly was. In contrast, Silco's acceptance seemed absolute, predicated on her willingness to embrace, rather than suppress her capacity for destruction. As the years passed under Silco's guidance, Jinx grew from a broken child into something far more dangerous, a young woman whose intelligence was matched only by her complete lack of moral restraint. She became his greatest success, and his most precious possession, the living proof that even the most damaged souls could be transformed into instruments of terrible purpose. The Undercity itself began to change under their combined influence, becoming a place where chaos reigned supreme and traditional notions of right and wrong held little meaning. Jinx's reputation spread like wildfire through the criminal underworld, her name whispered with equal parts fear and admiration by those who had witnessed the beautiful destruction she was capable of creating. As this chapter of transformation draws to its close, we see Jinx fully established in her new role as Silco's heir and weapon, her innocence not restored, but replaced with something far more dangerous. The girl who had once created mechanical toys for the amusement of her siblings now crafted instruments of terror that served the ambitions of a criminal empire. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you, you might reflect upon the nature of the bonds that shape us, and how the love we receive in our darkest moments often determines the direction of our transformation. What happens when acceptance comes with a price, And how do we distinguish between those who love us for who we are and those who love us for what we might become? Chapter 5. Becoming the Loose Cannon. There comes a moment in every transformation when the chrysalis finally splits open, revealing something that bears only the faintest resemblance to what came before. Tonight, as we continue our journey through the corridors of change, let us witness the emergence of Jinx in her full and terrible glory. A force of nature wrapped in human form and driven by impulses that dance on the razor's edge between genius and madness. The years under Silco's guidance had worked their dark alchemy upon the girl once known as Powder, reshaping not just her skills and knowledge, but the fundamental architecture of her soul. Where once she had created to bring joy or solve problems, now she crafted instruments of chaos with an artist's eye for dramatic effect and a scientist's precision in calculating maximum impact. Her workshop, hidden deep within the labyrinthine depths of Zon, had become a temple to controlled destruction. Every surface covered with the tools and materials needed to birth mayhem into the world. Jinx's signature weapons emerged from this creative crucible, like deadly flowers blooming in toxic soil. Her rocket launcher, that massive instrument of devastation she affectionately named Fishbones, represented the perfect marriage of her mechanical genius and her newfound appreciation for theatrical violence. The weapon was simultaneously functional and artistic, capable of reducing buildings to rubble while doing so with a flair that left witnesses speechless with either terror or unwilling admiration. But it was in her smaller creations that Jinx's true artistry revealed itself most clearly. The grenades she called Flame Chompers possessed an almost playful quality, their shark-like appearance belying the devastating power contained within their metallic jaws. These devices embodied Jinx's fundamental approach to destruction. Violence should never be merely functional, but should instead serve as a form of self-expression, a way of painting the world in colors that only she could see. Her pistol, Pow Pow, became an extension of her own volatile personality, its rapid-fire mechanism echoing the frenetic energy that seemed to course through her veins at every moment. Unlike the careful, methodical approach she had once brought to her inventions, Jinx now worked with a kind of inspired madness. Her creations emerging from her workshop with the unpredictability that would become her trademark throughout the Undercity. The psychology behind Jinx's methods revealed itself in the elaborate nature of her attacks, each one choreographed not merely to achieve tactical objectives, but to create maximum psychological impact upon both targets and witnesses. She understood instinctively that fear was as powerful a weapon as any explosive device, and that a reputation for unpredictability could accomplish what mere firepower could never achieve. Her operations became legendary not just for their effectiveness, but for their sheer audacious creativity. The Undercity itself served as both stage and testing ground for Jinx's evolving arsenal of chaos. She learned to use the environment to amplify the impact of her devices, turning the very architecture of Zon into an accomplice in her schemes. A well-placed explosive could bring down a support beam that would topple an entire structure. A carefully timed chemical reaction could fill a district with colorful but harmless smoke, creating confusion that allowed for other, more serious operations to proceed undetected. What distinguished Jinx from other criminals and mercenaries was her genuine joy in the act of creation and destruction. Where others saw violence as a necessary evil or a tool to be employed reluctantly, she discovered in it a form of artistic expression that satisfied something deep within her fractured psyche. Each explosion was a brushstroke on the canvas of the world, each act of chaos a statement about her refusal to be constrained by others' expectations or limitations. Her reputation began to spread beyond the immediate circles of Silco's criminal empire, reaching into the highest levels of both Zon's underworld and Pilttover's law enforcement community. Stories were told in hushed whispers of attacks that defied conventional understanding, operations that succeeded not through careful planning, but through the kind of inspired insanity that made conventional countermeasures useless. The persona that Jinx crafted around herself was as carefully constructed as any of her mechanical devices. She cultivated an image of unpredictability, that was simultaneously genuine and calculated, allowing her natural instability to serve strategic purposes while never losing control of the underlying intelligence that made her truly dangerous. Her public appearances became performances, each word and gesture designed to reinforce the growing legend of the loose cannon who could strike anywhere, at any time, for reasons that only she understood. Yet beneath the theatrical madness lay a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and strategic thinking that surprised even those who knew her best. Jinx possessed an intuitive grasp of how fear and uncertainty could be weaponized, how the mere possibility of her involvement could paralyze entire operations and reduce hardened criminals to nervous paranoia. She learned to be absent as strategically as she learned to be present, allowing her reputation to do work that no amount of actual violence could accomplish. The colorful nature of her attacks became part of her signature, a way of ensuring that witnesses would remember not just the destruction but the distinctive style with which it was delivered. Pink smoke, blue explosions, and green chemical reactions became calling cards that announced her involvement as clearly as any written confession. This theatrical approach served multiple purposes, creating psychological impact while also satisfying her deep need for recognition and attention. Her relationship with unpredictability became almost philosophical in nature. Where others sought control and certainty, Jinx embraced chaos as a fundamental principle of existence. She understood that true power lay not in being able to predict outcomes, but in being comfortable with uncertainty, in thriving amid the kind of disorder that reduced others to panic and confusion. The weapons she created began to reflect this philosophy, incorporating elements of randomness that made their effects impossible to predict with complete accuracy. A grenade might explode immediately, or after a seemingly random delay. A rocket might follow a straight path or veer wildly off course before finding its target through what appeared to be pure chance. These elements of uncertainty served both tactical and psychological purposes, keeping enemies off balance while reinforcing Jinx's reputation for dangerous unpredictability. Her workshop became a reflection of her mental state, organized according to principles that only she understood, filled with half-completed projects that might be abandoned or suddenly brought to deadly fruition. Visitors to this space, the few who were permitted entry, reported feeling simultaneously fascinated and terrified by the evidence of a brilliant mind operating according to rules that seemed to change from moment to moment. The process of creation itself became increasingly important to Jinx, often more satisfying than the actual deployment of her devices. She found in the act of building and designing a form of meditation, a way of channeling the chaotic energy that filled her into something tangible and purposeful. Her hands, those same nimble fingers that had once crafted toys for her siblings, now shaped instruments of beautiful destruction, with the same loving attention to detail. As her skills developed, so did her appetite for increasingly ambitious projects. Simple explosives gave way to complex mechanisms that could reshape entire city blocks. Chemical compounds evolved from basic irritants to sophisticated agents that could alter the behavior of anyone exposed to them. Each success fed her hunger for greater challenges, more spectacular effects, more dramatic demonstrations of her unique talents. The line between Jinx's public persona and her private reality began to blur as she spent more time embodying the character she had created. The playful madness that had once been largely performative became increasingly genuine, as if the act of pretending to be insane had gradually made the pretense unnecessary. She discovered that embracing chaos as a lifestyle, rather than merely a tactical approach, brought with it a kind of freedom that more conventional minds could never experience. As this chapter of emergence draws to its close, we see Jinx fully realized in her role as the Undercity's most unpredictable force, her transformation from broken child to agent of beautiful chaos finally complete. The weapons she has created serve not just as tools of destruction, but as extensions of her own fractured yet brilliant personality, each device a small piece of her soul given physical form. In the stillness that precedes sleep, you might consider the relationship between creativity and destruction, and how the same impulses that drive us to build and innovate can be turned toward purposes we never originally intended. What happens when our greatest gifts become our most dangerous weapons? And how do we find meaning in a world that seems determined to punish our most authentic expressions of self? Chapter 6. War with Pilttover. When the forgotten rise against those who have forgotten them, the resulting conflict carries within it the weight of generations of accumulated grievance and simmering resentment. Tonight, as we ascend from the depths of personal transformation to witness the broader canvas of conflict, let us explore how one individual's private war became a catalyst for something far greater and more terrible than anyone could have anticipated. The gleaming towers of Pilttover had long cast their shadows over the Undercity, but those shadows had never seemed darker or more oppressive than they did through Jinx's eyes. Where others saw the inevitable result of progress and prosperity, she perceived a deliberate act of cruelty, a constant reminder that some lives were valued while others were expendable. The very existence of the city above became an insult that demanded response, a challenge to her newfound understanding of power and its proper application. Her first strikes against Pilttover were almost exploratory in nature, tentative probes designed to test the defenses and reactions of a society that had grown comfortable in its assumption of safety and superiority. She targeted symbols rather than strategic objectives, choosing locations that would create maximum psychological impact while demonstrating the reach of her capabilities. A chemical plant here, a transport hub there, each attack carefully calculated to announce her presence while revealing as little as possible about her ultimate intentions. The response from Pilttover's authorities revealed everything that Jinx had suspected about their fundamental character. Rather than examining the underlying conditions that might have given rise to such attacks, they focused entirely on enhanced security measures and increased enforcement actions. The possibility that the violence might be symptomatic of deeper problems never seemed to occur to them, or if it did, it was dismissed as irrelevant to the primary goal of maintaining order and protecting property. This reaction served to confirm Jinx's growing belief that the conflict between Pilttover and Zon was not merely political but existential. The people above did not simply ignore those below. They actively refused to acknowledge their humanity, treating them as a problem to be managed rather than as fellow beings deserving of consideration and respect. This understanding transformed her campaign from simple terrorism into something approaching a holy war, a crusade against willful blindness and institutionalized cruelty. Her attacks began to display an increasing sophistication that reflected both her growing experience and her deepening anger. Where early operations had been relatively straightforward applications of explosive force, later strikes incorporated elements of psychological warfare that left witnesses questioning not just their physical safety, but their fundamental assumptions about the world they inhabited. She learned to use fear as a sculptor uses clay, shaping it into forms that served her strategic objectives while satisfying her artistic sensibilities. The enforcers who were dispatched to counter her activities found themselves facing an opponent unlike any they had encountered before. Traditional law enforcement techniques, developed to deal with conventional criminals operating according to recognizable patterns, proved useless against someone whose methods defied prediction and whose motivations seemed to shift like quicksilver. They were trained to fight crime, not art, and Jinx's attacks were simultaneously both and neither. Caitlin Kiriman emerged as perhaps the most persistent and capable of Jinx's official opponents, bringing to the conflict a combination of aristocratic determination and genuine investigative skill that made her uniquely qualified to understand the mind behind the chaos. Unlike her colleagues, who saw only random violence requiring suppression, Caitlin recognized the intelligence and planning that underlay even Jinx's most apparently spontaneous actions. This recognition made her both more effective as an opponent and more dangerous as a potential threat. The cat-and-mouse games that developed between Jinx and the enforcers became legendary throughout both cities, their confrontations taking on an almost ritualistic quality that fascinated observers from both sides of the divide. Each encounter pushed both parties to new levels of creativity and desperation, with Jinx's unpredictable tactics constantly forcing her pursuers to question their assumptions and revise their strategies. Yet for all the tactical brilliance of her individual operations, it was the cumulative psychological impact of Jinx's campaign that proved most devastating to Pilttover's sense of security and superiority. The knowledge that someone from the Undercity could strike at will, could breach their defenses and mock their authority with apparent impunity, ate away at the foundations of their collective confidence like acid through metal. The city's response grew increasingly desperate and heavy-handed as conventional methods failed to produce results. Resources that might have been used for public works or social programs were diverted to security measures that proved ineffective against an opponent who seemed to anticipate their every move. The very act of defending against Jinx's attacks began to transform Pilttover into something closer to the authoritarian state that many in Zon had always claimed it to be. Jinx understood the political implications of this transformation and exploited them ruthlessly, timing her attacks to coincide with public events and official ceremonies that would maximize their symbolic impact. She turned the city's own prosperity against itself, using the infrastructure of progress as a weapon to demonstrate the fragility of the order that Pilttovans took for granted. Her operations began to incorporate elements that spoke directly to the economic foundations of Pilttover's power, targeting the trade routes and manufacturing facilities that generated the wealth upon which the city's dominance depended. These attacks were often more about disruption than destruction, designed to create uncertainty and doubt rather than simple material damage. She understood that fear of financial loss could be more motivating than fear of physical harm for many of those who held power in the city above. The response from Zon's population to Jinx's campaign was complex and often contradictory. Many saw her as a champion, someone finally willing to strike back against generations of oppression and neglect. Others worried that her actions would provoke retaliation that would fall most heavily upon those least able to defend themselves. The debates that raged in the Undercity's taverns and workshops revealed the deep divisions that existed even among those who shared common grievances against Pilttover's rule. Silco watched his adopted daughter's war with a mixture of pride and concern, recognizing in her campaigns both the fulfillment of his own revolutionary dreams and a potential threat to the careful balance of power he had spent years establishing. Jinx's methods were too chaotic, too unpredictable to serve his more calculated approach to achieving Zon's independence. Yet he could not deny the effectiveness of her tactics in forcing Pilttover to acknowledge that the Undercity could no longer be safely ignored. The media coverage of Jinx's attacks, both in Pilttover's official publications and in the underground newspapers of Zon, began to take on a life of its own, creating a mythology around her actions that sometimes bore little resemblance to reality. She became simultaneously a terrorist and a folk hero, a monster and a symbol of resistance, depending upon the perspective of those reporting or consuming the stories of her exploits. This mythologization served Jinx's purposes perfectly, amplifying the psychological impact of her actual operations, while creating an atmosphere of uncertainty that made every unexplained noise or suspicious package a potential source of panic. The legend of Jinx began to do work that Jinx herself could never have accomplished through direct action alone, turning the entire city into a weapon against its own peace of mind. Her understanding of publicity and its uses grew increasingly sophisticated as the campaign progressed. She learned to time her statements and demonstrations for maximum impact, to use visual symbolism that would reproduce effectively in news reports, and to craft messages that would resonate with different audiences in different ways. The girl who had once sought only her sister's approval now commanded the attention of 2 entire cities, her every action scrutinized and debated by thousands of people who had never met her, but whose lives she had fundamentally altered. As the conflict escalated, the line between combatant and civilian began to blur in ways that troubled even some of Jinx's most ardent supporters. Her attacks grew more ambitious and less discriminating, creating casualties among people whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The moral complexity of her crusade became increasingly difficult to ignore, even for those who sympathized with her ultimate goals. The war that had begun as one person's private rebellion against abandonment and betrayal had evolved into something far larger and more complex, a conflict that threatened to reshape the relationship between Pilttover and Zone in ways that no one had anticipated or desired. The personal had become political, and the political had become existential. As this chapter of escalation draws to its close, we see Jinx established not merely as a criminal or terrorist, but as a force of historical change, someone whose actions have altered the trajectory of 2 cities and countless lives. Her war with Pilttover has become bigger than her personal grievances, carrying implications that extend far beyond her original motivations. In the quiet moments before sleep embraces you, you might reflect upon how individual acts of rebellion can ripple outward to create changes that their instigators never intended, and how the line between justice and vengeance can become invisible to those whose pain has transformed into purpose. What responsibility do we bear for the unintended consequences of our most justified anger? And when does the pursuit of recognition become more important than the principles that originally motivated our actions? Chapter 7. The voices in her head. Within the cathedral of every human mind, there exists a choir of voices, some harmonious and some discordant, all singing the songs of memory, desire, and fear. Tonight, as we venture into the most intimate spaces of our story, let us listen with gentle compassion to the internal symphony that plays endlessly within Jinx's fractured consciousness, where past and present dance together in patterns both beautiful and terrible. The transformation from Powder to Jinx had not been merely external, a simple matter of changing names and adopting new methods of expression. Deep within the architecture of her mind, the trauma of abandonment and the weight of unintended consequences had created fissures through which other selves could emerge, each carrying fragments of the girl she had been and the woman she was becoming. These internal voices did not speak in whispers, but in full-throated declarations that competed for dominance over her thoughts and actions. The voice of Powder, though supposedly buried beneath years of reinvention and carefully cultivated madness, remained stubbornly persistent in its presence. It spoke of loss and longing, of the desperate desire to return to a time when love felt unconditional and family meant safety rather than performance. This voice carried with it the memory of Vi's laughter, the warmth of shared adventures, the simple joy of creating something beautiful for no purpose other than the pleasure of creation itself. Yet alongside this voice of innocence ran a darker current, the voice of betrayal and abandonment that reminded Jinx constantly of how completely she had been rejected when her family needed her most. This voice spoke in V's words from that terrible day, repeating with cruel precision every syllable of disappointment and anger that had shattered Powder's world. It whispered that love was conditional, that belonging required perfect performance, that one mistake could erase years of devotion and transform a beloved daughter into an unwanted burden. The voice of Silco, though belonging to someone still living, had become as internal as any psychological construct, offering guidance and justification for actions that might otherwise seem inexplicable. This voice spoke of strength through suffering, of the necessity of embracing one's true nature, regardless of others' expectations, of the power that came from refusing to apologize for existing. It provided counterpoint to Powder's yearning for reconciliation, arguing that the family who had abandoned her had never deserved her loyalty in the first place. Between these competing influences arose the voice that belonged most purely to Jinx herself, the personality that had emerged from the synthesis of trauma and possibility. This voice delighted in chaos for its own sake, found genuine joy in the act of creation and destruction, and possessed a kind of manic energy that could transform the most mundane moments into opportunities for dramatic expression. It was the voice that laughed at explosions, that saw beauty in the collision of order and entropy, that found freedom in the complete abandonment of others' expectations. The conversations between these internal selves often took place without conscious direction, creating a kind of ongoing debate about identity, purpose, and the meaning of past actions. Powder would express regret about the pain her inventions had caused, while Jinx defended the necessity of making others understand what it felt like to lose everything. Silco's voice would remind them both that sentiment was a luxury that children of Zan could not afford, while the voice of betrayal would argue that all relationships ultimately ended in abandonment. These internal dialogues manifested in external behaviors that others found increasingly unpredictable and concerning. Jinx might begin a conversation speaking in one voice, expressing one set of motivations and desires, only to shift mid-sentence into an entirely different perspective, as another aspect of her fractured psyche gained temporary dominance. Those who attempted to understand her through conventional psychological frameworks found themselves constantly frustrated by her apparent inability to maintain consistent positions or emotional states. The visual hallucinations that accompanied these voices added another layer of complexity to Jinx's internal experience. She would see Vi standing in doorways, expressing the disappointment and anger that had driven her away years before. She would glimpse Silco in moments of doubt, his scarred face offering the reassurance that came from being truly seen and accepted. Sometimes she would catch sight of her younger self, the innocent Powder who had believed that cleverness and dedication could overcome any obstacle. These visions were not merely random products of a damaged mind, but served specific psychological functions, providing external validation for internal conflicts, and giving physical form to the competing voices that shaped her decisions. When Jinx argued with these apparitions, she was really arguing with herself, working through the impossible contradictions that trauma had created within her psyche. The guilt that accompanied her memories of the failed rescue attempt took on a life of its own, manifesting as a constant weight that colored every moment of apparent success or happiness. This guilt spoke in multiple voices, sometimes as Vi expressing disappointment, sometimes as Vander offering forgiveness that felt more painful than condemnation, sometimes as her younger self asking why she had tried so hard to prove herself worthy of love. The process of creating her weapons and planning her attacks became a form of dialogue with these internal voices, each invention serving multiple purposes in the complex ecosystem of her fractured identity. A bomb might simultaneously serve tactical needs, artistic expression, and psychological processing, its creation allowing different aspects of her personality to contribute to a shared goal, while working through their fundamental disagreements about purpose and method. The unpredictability that others observed in Jinx's behavior was, from her perspective, the natural result of allowing these different voices to influence her actions according to their relative strength at any given moment. What appeared to outsiders as madness or instability was actually a kind of democratic process, a constant negotiation between competing aspects of self that had learned to coexist without achieving true integration. The memories of her time with Vi took on an almost sacred quality within this internal landscape, preserved with perfect clarity, while simultaneously being reinterpreted through the lens of subsequent experiences. These memories served as both comfort and torment, offering glimpses of unconditional love, while providing constant reminders of how completely that love had been withdrawn when it was needed most. Sleep became a battlefield where these voices competed most intensely, freed from the distractions of external stimuli to engage in full-scale psychological warfare. Dreams blended memory with fantasy, creating scenarios where reconciliation seemed possible, alongside nightmares where abandonment was repeated in endless variations. Jinx learned to fear rest as much as she craved it, knowing that unconsciousness would bring no peace, but only a different kind of conflict. The line between internal experience and external reality grew increasingly blurred as the voices gained strength and independence. Conversations with hallucinated figures became as real and meaningful as interactions with living people, while actual relationships were filtered through the expectations and fears that the voices had established. The present became subordinate to the past, with current events serving primarily as triggers for the replay of ancient wounds and unresolved conflicts. Yet within this apparent chaos, There existed a kind of order that only Jinx herself could perceive. The voices, for all their conflict and contradiction, shared certain fundamental characteristics that revealed their common origin in her experiences of love, loss, and transformation. They all sought understanding, all yearned for connection, all carried within them fragments of truth that had been scattered by trauma but never completely destroyed. The artistry that emerged from this internal symphony was unlike anything that a more integrated personality could have produced. Jinx's creations bore the mark of multiple perspectives, incorporating elements that spoke to different aspects of her experience, while maintaining a coherence that transcended rational explanation. Her bombs were simultaneously expressions of rage, monuments to loss, celebrations of capability, and prayers for recognition. As this exploration of inner landscapes draws to its close, we see Jinx not as a simple victim of mental illness or trauma, but as someone whose fractured consciousness has become a source of terrible creativity, whose multiple voices have found ways to work together despite their fundamental disagreements about reality and purpose. In the stillness that precedes sleep's embrace, you might consider the voices that speak within your own mind, the different aspects of self that compete for expression and influence over your choices. How do we integrate the contradictory parts of ourselves? And what happens when the very fractures in our psyche become sources of strength rather than weakness? Can we find wholeness not through eliminating our internal conflicts, but through learning to conduct the orchestra of our competing selves with greater skill and compassion? Chapter 8. Reunion and Heartbreak. There are moments when time seems to fold upon itself, bringing together threads of past and present in ways that make the heart both soar with hope and break with recognition of all that has been lost. Tonight, as we approach the most emotionally treacherous territory of our tale, let us witness the inevitable collision between memory and reality, between the sister who was and the woman who had become something unrecognizable. The years had changed them both in ways that made recognition itself a kind of violence. V, hardened by imprisonment and loss, carried herself with the controlled aggression of someone who had learned that strength was the only currency that mattered in a world determined to crush the weak. Her fists, already formidable in youth, had become weapons honed by necessity and desperation, while her eyes held the kind of wariness that comes from trusting the wrong people too many times. Jinx, meanwhile, had evolved into something that bore only the faintest resemblance to the eager, loving child who had once followed V through the Undercity's winding passages. Her blue hair had darkened with age and chemicals, her body had grown lean and dangerous, and her movements carried an unpredictability that made even hardened criminals nervous. Most profoundly, her eyes had acquired a quality that Vi remembered from their shared nightmares, a brightness that spoke of minds pushed beyond their natural boundaries. The moment of their reunion arrived, not through careful planning or mutual desire, but through the inexorable logic of conflict that had been building between their respective worlds. V, now working with Pilttover's enforcers in her quest to find and stop Jinx's campaign of terror, found herself face to face with the sister she had abandoned years before. The recognition was immediate and devastating, cutting through all the careful emotional armor that both had constructed around their hearts. For V, the shock of seeing what Powder had become was like watching a beautiful song transformed into a scream. The face was familiar, beloved even, but the expression it wore belonged to a stranger whose capabilities and motivations remained utterly mysterious. The sister, she remembered, had been gentle, creative, eager to please, and desperate for approval. The woman before her radiated a kind of chaotic energy that made the air itself seem to vibrate with potential violence. Jinx's reaction was equally complex, a mixture of desperate joy and carefully cultivated indifference that fought for dominance in her fractured psyche. The voice of Powder within her screamed with happiness at seeing Vi alive and present, while the voice of abandonment reminded her of every cruel word that had driven them apart. The voice of Jinx herself observed the reunion with detached fascination, curious to see how this confrontation would resolve the contradictions that had defined her existence for so long. The words they exchanged carried the weight of years of separation and mutual incomprehension. Vi spoke of regret and loss, of the guilt that had haunted her every day since she had walked away from her broken sister. She tried to explain the impossible circumstances that had forced her choice, the way grief and shock had clouded her judgment in those crucial moments when Powder had needed her most. Her apologies carried genuine pain, but also a fundamental misunderstanding of what Jinx had become and why. Jinx listened to these explanations with an expression that shifted between heartbreak and amusement, her internal voices providing constant commentary on the inadequacy of Vi's words to address the magnitude of what had been lost. The sister she had yearned for throughout her transformation was finally present, finally offering the acknowledgement and regret that Powder had dreamed of receiving. Yet the woman who heard these words was no longer capable of being satisfied by them. The conversation that followed revealed the extent to which they had become strangers to each other, their shared past serving as a bridge that could no longer bear the weight of their divergent presence. Vi spoke of justice and responsibility, of the need to make amends for the harm that had been caused by Jinx's campaign against Pilttover. She tried to appeal to memories of their childhood bond, to the love that had once seemed unbreakable between them. Jinx responded with a mixture of playfulness and cruelty that demonstrated how completely she had internalized the lessons of abandonment and betrayal. She spoke of the years of loneliness and pain that had followed Vi's departure, of the new family that had taken her in when her original family had cast her aside. Her words were calculated to wound, designed to make Vi understand the price of the choice she had made that terrible day. Yet beneath the verbal sparring lay a deeper current of genuine grief for what they had lost and could never recover. Both sisters recognized that the bond they had shared as children was gone forever, destroyed not by malice, but by the inexorable force of circumstances that had pushed them toward incompatible destinies. The love remained, but it had been transformed into something that could no longer provide comfort or connection. The physical space between them seemed to pulse with unresolved tension, years of longing and resentment creating an atmosphere so charged that any movement might trigger explosion or embrace. Vi's hands, trained now to subdue rather than comfort, remained ready for violence even as her heart yearned to reach out to the sister she had lost. Jinx's posture radiated both invitation and threat, her body language suggesting that she was equally prepared for reconciliation or destruction. The tragedy of their reunion lay not in what was said, but in what both realized could never be said, the recognition that too much had changed for simple explanations or apologies to bridge the gap between them. Vi saw in Jinx's eyes the reflection of her own failure, the knowledge that her moment of abandonment had contributed to the creation of something dangerous and unpredictable. Jinx saw in Vi's expression the confirmation of her deepest fears, that even now, even with years to reflect and regret, her sister still saw her primarily as a problem to be solved, rather than a person to be loved. The other characters present during this confrontation served as unwitting witnesses to a private drama that transcended their understanding. Caitlin, observing the interaction between the sisters, began to comprehend the personal dimension of Jinx's war against Pilttover, the way political rebellion had been shaped by intimate betrayal. Silco, if present, would have watched with the satisfaction of someone whose theories about family loyalty were being validated by events beyond his control. The reunion revealed the fundamental impossibility of returning to innocence once it has been lost. Both sisters carried too much history, too many wounds that had shaped them in ways that made their former closeness literally impossible to recreate. They were like two pieces of a puzzle that had been warped by heat and time, still recognizably part of the same original image, but no longer capable of fitting together smoothly. Vi's attempts to reach the Powder she remembered were met with responses that revealed how completely that person had been integrated into something new and strange. Jinx was not simply Powder with additional trauma. She was a genuinely different person who had incorporated the child she had been into a larger, more complex identity that could not be separated into component parts. The sister Vi sought to save no longer existed as an independent entity capable of being rescued. The emotional intensity of their confrontation brought to the surface all the unresolved feelings that both had carried through their years of separation. Love and hate, forgiveness and resentment, hope and despair swirled together in a mixture so potent that it seemed to affect the very air around them. Both sisters found themselves reliving moments from their shared childhood while simultaneously confronting the reality of who they had become. The conversation reached its breaking point when both realized that their fundamental differences were not merely the result of misunderstanding or poor communication, but reflected genuine incompatibilities in their understanding of justice, responsibility, and the proper response to systemic oppression. Vi had chosen to work within existing structures to create change, while Jinx had embraced the complete destruction of those structures as the only path to meaningful transformation. As their reunion drew to its inevitable close, both sisters understood that they had reached a crossroads that would define the rest of their relationship. They could attempt to find some middle ground that honored their past while acknowledging their present differences, or they could accept that their paths had diverged too far to allow for any kind of meaningful reconciliation. The choice they made would reverberate through both their lives and the broader conflict between their respective worlds. The final moments of their encounter carried a weight of finality that neither had expected but both recognized as necessary. They parted not as enemies but as former family members who had finally acknowledged that love alone was not sufficient to overcome the fundamental differences that trauma and choice had created between them. In the quietude that follows revelation, you might reflect upon the relationships in your own life that have been shaped by time and circumstance beyond your control, and consider how we honor the love that was while accepting the reality of what has become. When do we fight to preserve connections that have been damaged? And when do we acknowledge that some changes cannot be undone, some distances cannot be bridged? How do we find peace with the knowledge that even our most precious bonds may not survive the transformations that life demands of us? Chapter 9. Family Fractures. In the anatomy of broken families, there exist wounds that never fully heal, scars that serve as reminders of bonds once sacred, now reduced to sources of pain and regret. Tonight, as we delve deeper into the labyrinth of fractured relationships, let us examine how the very concept of family became both weapon and shield in the ongoing battle between past loyalties and present realities. The death of Silco shattered more than just Jinx's sense of security. It destroyed the last vestige of the family structure that had given meaning to her transformed existence. The man who had found her in her darkest hour, who had offered acceptance when the world had turned its back on her, lay still and silent, another casualty in the endless cycle of violence that defined life in the Undercity. His passing marked not just the end of a life, but the collapse of the only stable relationship Jinx had known since her childhood ended in blood and betrayal. The grief that followed was unlike anything she had experienced before, a complex mixture of loss, abandonment, and existential terror that threatened to consume what remained of her sanity. Where the loss of Vi had been devastating but comprehensible, the loss of Silco felt like the removal of gravity itself, leaving Jinx floating in a universe where the fundamental rules of existence no longer applied. He had been more than a father figure. He had been the architect of her new identity, the voice that had guided her transformation from broken child to instrument of beautiful chaos. Vi, meanwhile, found herself caught between competing loyalties that pulled her in directions she had never anticipated having to navigate. Her allegiance to Caitlyn and the cause of law and order conflicted with the bonds of blood and memory that still connected her to the sister she could no longer recognize or save. The woman she had become, hardened by prison and loss, struggled with the remnants of the child who had once believed that family meant everything, and that love could overcome any obstacle. The political ramifications of their family drama extended far beyond personal grief, influencing the broader conflict between Pilttover and Zahn in ways that neither sister fully comprehended. Jinx's actions, born from personal trauma and family loyalty, had become symbols in a larger struggle for independence and recognition. Vi's choice to work with Pilttover's enforcers motivated by a desire to prevent further bloodshed, was seen by many in Zon as the ultimate betrayal of her origins and her people. Caitlin observed these family dynamics with the analytical eye of someone trained to understand criminal psychology, but found herself emotionally invested in outcomes that transcended her professional responsibilities. Her growing attachment to Vi complicated her ability to view Jinx purely as a dangerous criminal who needed to be stopped. The personal had become political, and the political had become deeply personal, creating a web of conflicting motivations that defied simple resolution. The concept of chosen family, which had once been Jinx's salvation, now became a source of additional torment. Silco's criminal organization, the network of loyalty and fear that he had built around his vision of Zon's future, began to fracture in the absence of his unifying presence. Those who had served him out of genuine devotion found themselves competing with those who had been motivated primarily by fear or opportunity, creating internal conflicts that mirrored the larger struggles tearing apart the Undercity. Jinx's attempts to hold together the remnants of Silco's empire revealed the extent to which her understanding of leadership and family had been shaped by his particular brand of paternal guidance. She tried to command loyalty through a combination of fear and charisma, but lacked the political sophistication and emotional stability that had made Silco such an effective leader. Her grief manifested as increasingly erratic behavior that alienated even those most inclined to support her claim to his legacy. The memories of their original family, that warm chaos of Vander's household, where love had seemed unconditional and permanent, haunted both sisters as they struggled to define their relationship in the present. Those golden days of childhood adventure and mutual devotion served as both inspiration and torment, reminding them of what they had lost while highlighting the impossibility of recovery. The family they had been could not be restored, because the people who had composed it no longer existed. Vi's internal conflict intensified as she began to understand the role that her own choices had played in Jinx's transformation. The guilt of abandonment was compounded by the recognition that her current alliance with Pilttover represented a continuation of the pattern that had originally driven them apart. She was once again choosing duty over family, principle over personal connection, order over the chaotic love that had once defined her relationships. The philosophical differences between the sisters extended beyond personal grievances to fundamental disagreements about the nature of justice and the proper response to systemic oppression. Vi believed in working within existing structures to create change, accepting that progress required compromise and patience. Jinx had embraced the complete destruction of those structures as the only honest response to their inherent corruption and cruelty. These ideological conflicts were made more painful by their shared history of victimization at the hands of the very systems they now approached so differently. Both had suffered under Pilttover's indifference and Zon's desperation, but had drawn opposite conclusions about the appropriate response to that suffering. Their family trauma had become a microcosm of the larger political struggle that defined the relationship between the twin cities. The presence of new relationships in both their lives served to highlight the impossibility of returning to their former closeness. Vi's bond with Caitlin, while genuine and meaningful, could never replicate the unself-conscious intimacy she had shared with Powder as children. Jinx's connection to Silco, for all its complexity and darkness, had provided a kind of acceptance that Vi had withdrawn at the moment it was most needed. The attempts at reconciliation that occurred between them were undermined by the fundamental changes that trauma and choice had wrought in their respective personalities. They could remember loving each other, could even access those feelings in moments of vulnerability, but could no longer find ways to express that love that did not also acknowledge the insurmountable differences that now defined them. The violence that continued to erupt around them served as a constant reminder of the stakes involved in their family drama. Every death, every act of destruction, every moment of escalation carried within it the weight of their unresolved relationship and the broader conflicts it represented. Their personal pain had become entangled with political struggle in ways that made resolution seem impossible without addressing both dimensions simultaneously. Jinx's increasing isolation following Silco's death revealed her fundamental dependence on external validation and structure to maintain her sense of identity. Without his guidance and acceptance, she found herself once again facing the abandonment issues that had originally driven her transformation. The family that had replaced her original family was gone, leaving her alone with only the voices in her head for company. The cyclical nature of violence and abandonment that had defined both their lives began to assert itself with increasing force. Vi's choice to prioritize duty over family loyalty echoed the original decision that had driven them apart, while Jinx's response to loss through destructive behavior repeated patterns that had already cost them so much. They seemed trapped in a dynamic that neither fully understood, but both felt powerless to escape. The broader community of Zaun watched their family drama unfold with a mixture of fascination and horror, recognizing in their struggle a reflection of their own conflicts between survival and principle, between loyalty to the past and adaptation to present realities. The sisters had become symbols of different approaches to trauma and oppression, their personal choices carrying weight far beyond their individual lives. As this chapter of family dissolution draws toward its conclusion, we see both sisters standing at crossroads that will define not only their relationship to each other, but their roles in the larger conflicts that surround them. The family that had once seemed unbreakable had proven to be as fragile as any other human institution, vulnerable to the same forces of time, trauma, and change that challenge all our most precious connections. In the gentle darkness that precedes rest, you might consider the families that have shaped your own understanding of love and loyalty, and reflect upon how trauma and time can transform even our most fundamental relationships. When does holding on to the past become an obstacle to healing? And how do we honor what was while accepting what has become? What happens when the very bonds that once sustained us become sources of pain? And how do we find the courage to redefine family in ways that serve our present needs, rather than our nostalgic memories? Chapter 10. Explosions and Consequences. There comes a moment in every campaign of destruction when the accumulated weight of violent acts begins to reshape not only the target but the perpetrator, when the tools we wield to change the world inevitably change us in return. Tonight, as we witness the crescendo of chaos that defined Jinx's war against order, let us contemplate how actions born from personal pain ripple outward to touch lives far removed from their original source, creating consequences that exceed any reasonable expectation or desire. The attack on the Pilttover council chambers represented the culmination of everything Jinx had learned about the marriage of destruction and spectacle, a masterpiece of timing, symbolism, and devastating force that would echo through both cities for generations to come. The rocket that streaked across the bridge between worlds carried within its explosive payload not just chemical compounds and shrapnel, but years of accumulated rage, grief, and desperate hunger for recognition that had finally found its ultimate expression. The planning that preceded this moment had consumed weeks of fevered creativity, as Jinx poured every ounce of her mechanical genius into creating a device that would serve multiple purposes simultaneously. The weapon needed to be powerful enough to breach the council chamber's defenses, precise enough to strike during the crucial moment of deliberation, and spectacular enough to ensure that its message could not be ignored or dismissed. Most importantly, it needed to embody her personal aesthetic of beautiful destruction, transforming an act of political terrorism into a work of deadly art. The psychological preparation had been equally intensive, requiring Jinx to reconcile the competing voices within her fractured consciousness around a single, unified purpose. The voice of Powder whispered doubts about the innocents who might be harmed, while the voice of Abandonment urged her toward maximum destruction as the only adequate response to years of neglect and dismissal. Silco's voice, now a memory speaking from beyond death, provided the ideological framework that transformed personal vengeance into political necessity. The moment of launch felt like the birth of a new world, as if the trajectory of the rocket was drawing a line between the reality that had been and the reality that would be. Jinx watched her creation arc across the sky with the satisfaction of an artist witnessing the unveiling of her greatest work, knowing that this single act would accomplish what years of smaller attacks had failed to achieve, forcing both cities to acknowledge that the old order was dead, and that something new and terrible was being born from its ashes. The explosion itself exceeded even Jinx's most optimistic calculations, the council chamber disappearing in a bloom of fire and smoke that could be seen from every district of both cities. The sound of the detonation rolled across the urban landscape like thunder, announcing to every resident that the careful balance of power that had maintained their uneasy peace had just been violently shattered. In that moment of destruction, the future became uncertain for everyone who called the Twin Cities home. The immediate casualties were more devastating than Jinx had anticipated, extending far beyond the political figures who had been her intended targets. The council members, for all their flaws and failures, had been people with families, dreams, and responsibilities that extended far beyond their governmental roles. Their deaths created ripples of grief and anger that spread through Pilttover's social fabric like cracks through glass, affecting lives that Jinx had never considered, and creating enemies she had never intended to make. The secondary effects of the explosion proved equally destructive, as the collapse of governmental authority created a power vacuum that various factions rushed to fill. Without the council's moderating influence, the more extremist elements within Pilttover's political structure gained prominence, pushing for military responses that would transform the conflict from a series of terrorist attacks into a full-scale war between the cities. The very violence that Jinx had hoped would force recognition of Zaan's legitimate grievances, instead, provided justification for the kind of brutal suppression that would make those grievances irrelevant. The civilian population of both cities found themselves trapped between competing forces that seemed increasingly willing to sacrifice innocent lives for political objectives. Families were torn apart as some members fled the escalating violence, while others remained to defend their homes and businesses. Children who had known only the relative stability of the pre-explosion era suddenly found themselves living in a world where nowhere felt truly safe, where the sound of distant explosions had become a routine part of daily existence. The economic consequences proved as devastating as the human cost, as trade relationships that had taken decades to establish dissolved overnight in the face of political instability and physical danger. The prosperity that had defined Pilttover's identity began to crumble as investors and trading partners sought safer alternatives, while Zaan's already precarious economy collapsed entirely under the weight of military occupation and civil unrest. The vision of independence that had motivated Jinx's campaign became increasingly unrealistic as both cities descended into chaos. The environmental damage extended far beyond the immediate blast zone, as chemical contamination from the explosion spread through the air and water systems that connected the twin cities. The same industrial infrastructure that had created Pilttover's wealth and Zaan's suffering became a vector for distributing toxic compounds throughout the region, creating health problems that would persist long after the political crisis had been resolved. The beautiful destruction that Jinx had crafted as a work of art became an ongoing source of invisible harm to countless innocent people. The psychological impact on both populations proved perhaps most lasting of all, as the explosion shattered the assumption of safety that had allowed normal life to continue despite the underlying tensions between the cities. Parents struggled to explain to their children why the world had suddenly become so dangerous, while community leaders grappled with the challenge of maintaining social cohesion in the face of existential uncertainty. The shared trauma created bonds between former enemies, while simultaneously deepening divisions that had previously seemed manageable. Vi watched the aftermath of her sister's greatest attack with a mixture of horror and grim recognition, understanding finally the full extent of what Jinx had become and what their fractured relationship had helped to create. The woman she had once loved as family had transformed into something capable of casual mass murder, someone whose pain had metastasized into a cancer that threatened to consume everything and everyone around it. The guilt she felt was not just for her role in Jinx's transformation, but for her failure to find a way to stop the escalation before it reached this point. The international response to the attack brought new players into the conflict, as neighboring regions and distant governments began to view the situation in the Twin Cities as a threat to broader stability. Military advisors and peacekeeping forces arrived with their own agendas and methods, further complicating an already chaotic situation, while introducing new sources of violence and oppression. The local conflict that had emerged from personal trauma and political grievance was becoming something larger and more dangerous than anyone had intended. Jinx herself seemed both exhilarated and horrified by the magnitude of what she had accomplished, the competing voices in her head offering contradictory interpretations of the explosion's meaning and significance. Part of her reveled in the attention and fear that her attack had generated, finally achieving the recognition she had craved since childhood. Another part recoiled from the scope of destruction she had unleashed, recognizing that she had crossed lines that could never be uncrossed and created consequences that would outlive her own existence. The search for accountability became a consuming obsession for those who had lost loved ones in the attack, but the complex web of causation that had led to the explosion defied simple explanation or justice. Jinx was obviously responsible for the immediate act of violence, but her actions had been shaped by abandonment, trauma, and the systemic failures that had created the conditions for her transformation. The desire for vengeance competed with the recognition that punishment alone could not address the underlying problems that had made such violence possible. The media coverage of the attack and its aftermath revealed the deep ideological divisions that existed within both cities, as different groups interpreted the same events according to their pre-existing beliefs and loyalties. Some saw Jinx as a terrorist whose actions justified any response, no matter how harsh. Others viewed her as a symptom of deeper injustices that required addressing through systemic change, rather than individual punishment. The competing narratives made unified response impossible while further polarizing populations that desperately needed to find common ground. The long-term implications of the explosion extended far beyond the immediate political crisis, fundamentally altering the relationship between Pilttover and Zone in ways that would shape the lives of future generations. The trust that had allowed for limited cooperation despite underlying tensions was shattered, replaced by suspicion and hostility that made peaceful coexistence seem impossible. The dream of equality and mutual respect that had motivated the best impulses on both sides was buried under rubble and recrimination. As this chapter of ultimate consequences draws toward its close, we see the full weight of accumulated choices bearing down upon everyone caught within the expanding circle of violence and retribution. The personal has become political, the political has become existential, and the existential has become a burden that no individual can bear alone. In the profound stillness that follows great violence, you might consider how our most private wounds can become public tragedies when left untreated, and how the very actions we take to heal ourselves can sometimes create injuries in others that exceed our own original pain. What responsibility do we bear for the unintended consequences of our most justified anger? And how do we find redemption when our search for recognition leads to destruction that cannot be undone? Chapter 11. The Monster's Lament. In the aftermath of great destruction, when the smoke has cleared, and the magnitude of one's actions becomes impossible to deny, there arrives a terrible clarity that cuts through all the justifications and ideologies that once seemed so compelling. Tonight, as we approach the heart of our tragic tale, let us witness those rare moments when the storm within Jinx's fractured consciousness briefly stills, allowing glimpses of the person she might have been to surface through the chaos of what she has become. The workshop that had once been her sanctuary now felt like a mausoleum, filled with the ghosts of all the devices she had created and all the lives they had claimed. Each workbench held memories of fevered inspiration, of problems solved through explosive solutions, of the terrible satisfaction that came from watching her creations fulfill their destructive purposes. Yet in the silence that followed her greatest triumph, these same spaces seemed to whisper accusations that cut deeper than any external condemnation ever could. In these moments of unexpected clarity, the voices that usually competed for dominance within her mind would occasionally fall silent, leaving behind only the consciousness that belonged most purely to herself. Without the constant chatter of trauma and ideology, without the protective embrace of madness and purpose, Jinx was forced to confront the stark reality of what she had accomplished and what it had cost not just others, but herself. The memories of Powder, usually buried beneath layers of reinvention and deliberate forgetting, would surface during these interludes like artifacts from an archaeological dig. She would remember the simple joy of creating mechanical toys that brought laughter to her siblings, the warm satisfaction of solving practical problems that made their lives easier, the innocent pride she had felt when her inventions worked exactly as intended. These recollections carried with them a pain so pure and devastating that she understood why her psyche had worked so hard to bury them. The loneliness was perhaps the most unbearable aspect of these moments of clarity, as Jinx recognized the extent to which her choices had isolated her from any possibility of genuine human connection. Silco had loved her, but his love had been contingent upon her usefulness to his vision. Vi had loved her once, but that love belonged to a person who no longer existed. The criminal associates who followed her did so out of fear or opportunism, not affection. She had achieved the recognition she had always craved, but it had come at the cost of becoming someone unworthy of the love she had originally sought. The irony of her situation was not lost on her during these lucid intervals. In her desperate attempt to prove herself worthy of acceptance and belonging, she had transformed herself into someone who could only maintain relationships through terror and manipulation. The very qualities that had made Powder lovable, her creativity, her eagerness to help, her innocent enthusiasm, had been weaponized into tools for spreading fear and destruction. She had won the attention she craved by becoming someone no one could safely love. The guilt that accompanied these realizations was unlike the manageable remorse that most people experience after making mistakes. This was an existential weight that threatened to crush what remained of her sanity, a recognition that her actions had created ripples of suffering that would continue long after her own death. The families destroyed by her attacks, the communities torn apart by the violence she had helped escalate, the children who would grow up in a world made darker by her choices. All of this became personal responsibility that no amount of justification could diminish. During these interludes, she would sometimes catch sight of herself in mirrors or reflective surfaces and experience a moment of complete disconnection, as if she were looking at a stranger whose appearance happened to match her own. The face that looked back carried expressions and wore decorations that belonged to someone she didn't recognize, someone whose values and priorities seemed alien to the consciousness that observed them. The visual markers of her transformation, the tattoos, the dramatic makeup, the carefully cultivated signs of instability, felt like costumes worn by an actor who had forgotten her original role. The workshop held tangible reminders of her journey from creation to destruction, devices and components that bridged the gap between Powder's innocent inventions and Jinx's instruments of terror. She could trace the evolution of her thinking through the increasingly sophisticated mechanisms that lined her shelves, watching her own moral decline documented in metal and chemistry. Each innovation represented a step further away from the person she had been and deeper into the identity she had chosen to embrace. The memories of Viz that surfaced during these moments were particularly painful, not because they were traumatic, but because they were beautiful. She would remember afternoons spent exploring the Undercity together, evenings when they had shared dreams and plans for their future, moments of simple companionship that had felt like the most natural thing in the world. The contrast between those golden memories and their recent confrontations was so stark that it felt like evidence of two completely different lives lived by two completely different people. Sleep became both refuge and torment during these periods of clarity, offering escape from the overwhelming weight of self-awareness, while simultaneously presenting dreams that forced her to confront the magnitude of what she had lost. She would dream of reconciliation that felt achingly real, of conversations where explanations were offered and accepted, of a world where the choices that had defined her transformation had never been necessary. Waking from these dreams was like experiencing the original trauma all over again, the return to reality carrying with it fresh waves of grief and loss. The philosophical questions that emerged during these lucid moments were perhaps the most torturous of all. Had there been other ways to respond to abandonment and trauma that might have led to healing rather than destruction? Could the pain that had driven her transformation have been channeled into purposes that created rather than destroyed? Was the person she had become an inevitable result of the circumstances she had faced, or had there been choices along the way that could have led to different outcomes? The creative impulses that had once brought her such joy now felt permanently corrupted, tainted by their association with violence and terror. She could no longer look at mechanical problems without immediately seeing their destructive potential, could no longer work with chemicals without calculating their capacity for harm. The innocent enthusiasm that had once driven her to experiment and explore had been replaced by a predatory focus that reduced everything to its potential as a weapon. The realization that she could never return to innocence was perhaps the most devastating of all her insights. Even if she stopped creating weapons, even if she abandoned her campaign of violence, even if she somehow found a way to make amends for the harm she had caused, she would always carry within herself the knowledge of what she was capable of doing. The line between creation and destruction, once so clear in her childhood understanding, had been erased so completely that she could no longer imagine crossing back. The few attempts she made to create something purely beneficial, something that would help rather than harm, felt hollow and performative. Her hands, trained now in the construction of devices designed to maim and kill, seemed incapable of producing anything that didn't carry within it the potential for violence. Even her most innocent projects seemed to whisper possibilities for modification, for transformation into something more sinister and effective. The conversations she imagined having with the people she had harmed revealed the inadequacy of any possible apology or explanation. What words could possibly address the magnitude of loss she had created? What gesture could restore the lives that had been ended, or the sense of safety that had been shattered? The gap between the harm she had caused and any conceivable form of restitution was so vast that it seemed to mock the very concept of redemption. The understanding that her actions had become part of history, that future generations would study her choices as examples of how trauma could metastasize into societal violence, added another layer to her despair. She had achieved a form of immortality, but it was the immortality of cautionary tale rather than inspiring legend. Her name would be remembered, but as a warning rather than a celebration. As this darkest chapter of self-recognition draws toward its close, we see Jinx confronting the full weight of her transformation and its consequences, stripped of the protective delusions and justifications that had allowed her to function. In these moments of terrible clarity, she glimpses both the person she had been and the person she might have become, understanding finally the magnitude of what has been lost. In the gentle embrace of approaching rest, you might consider the moments in your own life when clarity has cut through comfortable self-deceptions, revealing truths about yourself that were difficult to bear. How do we live with the knowledge of our capacity for harm, and is redemption possible for those who have crossed lines they never thought they would approach? What happens when we recognize that our search for love and acceptance has led us to become unlovable? And how do we find meaning in the space between recognition and forgiveness? Chapter 12. Legacy of Chaos. As all stories must eventually find their resting place, so too must we come to understand how the echoes of one soul's journey ripple outward through time, shaping not only the immediate world, but the memories and lessons that future generations will carry forward. Tonight, as we bring our tale of transformation to its contemplative close, let us explore how the chaos that defined Jinx's existence became something larger than herself, a force that would continue to influence the Twin Cities long after her own story had reached its end. The name Jinx had become more than an identifier. It had evolved into a symbol that meant different things to different people, carrying within it the compressed weight of trauma, rebellion, creativity, and destruction. To some, she represented the inevitable result of systemic neglect and abandonment, proof that societies that discard their most vulnerable members do so at their own peril. To others, she embodied the danger of allowing personal pain to justify violence against innocents, a cautionary tale about the slippery slope from victim to perpetrator. The children who grew up in the aftermath of her campaigns would know a different world than their parents had inhabited, one where the assumption of safety had been permanently shattered and replaced with a more complex understanding of justice and revenge. They would learn to navigate spaces that bore the physical and emotional scars of her passage, growing up amid rebuilt structures and reformed institutions that existed only because her actions had made the old ways untenable. In Zon, her legacy was particularly complex, as residents struggled to reconcile their admiration for someone who had finally forced the world to pay attention to their suffering with their horror at the methods she had employed. The independence that many had dreamed of achieving had come at a cost that seemed to exceed its value, one through violence that had made their home even more dangerous and unstable than before. Yet there were those who argued that without her extreme actions, nothing would have changed at all, that the comfortable cruelties of the status quo would have continued indefinitely. The political structures of both cities had been fundamentally altered by her campaign, with new institutions emerging that attempted to address the underlying inequalities that had created the conditions for her transformation. These changes, born from necessity rather than idealism, represented a grudging acknowledgement that ignoring the Undercity's problems was no longer a viable strategy. Yet the reforms that followed carried within them the bitter taste of concessions extracted through terror rather than justice freely granted. The technological innovations that emerged from studying her devices would influence engineering and chemistry for decades to come, as brilliant minds attempted to understand how someone with limited formal education had achieved such devastating effectiveness. Her fusion of artistry and destruction had revealed new possibilities in both creation and warfare, inspiring imitators who sought to replicate her methods while missing the personal anguish that had driven her innovations. The psychiatric communities in both cities found themselves grappling with new questions about the relationship between trauma and violence, forced to develop more sophisticated understandings of how abandonment and grief could metastasize into something capable of reshaping entire societies. Her case became a subject of study and debate, with scholars arguing about whether her transformation had been inevitable, or if early intervention might have led to different outcomes. The families torn apart by the violence she had unleashed would carry her impact forward through generations, as children grew up hearing stories of the day the explosions came, of relatives lost to the conflicts she had helped escalate. These personal narratives would become part of the collective memory of both cities, shaping attitudes toward trauma, justice, and the proper response to systemic inequality for years to come. V's own struggle to come to terms with her sister's legacy would continue long after their final confrontation, as she attempted to build a life that honored the love they had shared, while acknowledging the person Jinx had chosen to become. The guilt of abandonment would never fully leave her, but it would be joined by a more complex understanding of how good intentions and necessary choices could still lead to devastating outcomes. The artistic community found in Jinx's story a rich source of inspiration and warning, creating works that explored the relationship between creativity and destruction, between the desire for recognition and the hunger for revenge. Her aesthetic of beautiful chaos influenced everything from fashion to architecture, as designers sought to capture the electric energy she had brought to her violent performances while stripping away their destructive intent. The children who had witnessed her attacks would grow up to become leaders, teachers, and artists themselves, carrying forward both the trauma of those experiences and the insights they had gained about the fragility of social order. Some would dedicate their lives to preventing future violence through addressing its root causes, while others would focus on building systems resilient enough to withstand the kind of assault she had mounted. The question of redemption continued to haunt discussions of her legacy, as philosophers and theologians debated whether someone who had caused such extensive harm could ever truly atone for their actions. The absence of clear answers served to highlight the complexity of human nature itself, the way that love and hate, creation and destruction, healing and harm could coexist within the same individual. The museums that eventually displayed artifacts from her campaign would struggle with how to present her story in ways that neither glorified violence nor dismissed the legitimate grievances that had motivated her transformation. These exhibits would become pilgrimage sites for those seeking to understand how personal trauma could reshape political landscapes, drawing visitors who came seeking answers to questions that defied simple explanation. The urban planners who rebuilt the damaged sections of both cities would incorporate lessons learned from her attacks, designing structures and systems that could better withstand both physical assault and social upheaval. Yet they would also acknowledge that true security could not be achieved through engineering alone, but required addressing the human needs and aspirations that had made her rebellion possible in the first place. The peace negotiations that eventually brought some measure of stability to the region would be conducted in the shadow of her legacy, with all parties understanding that the kind of neglect and dismissal that had created the conditions for her rise could not be allowed to continue. Her ghost would sit at every table where decisions were made about the future relationship between the cities, a reminder of what could happen when grievances were left to fester in darkness. The literature that emerged from her era would grapple with themes of identity, family, and the price of recognition, as writers attempted to capture the essential tragedy of someone who had achieved everything she thought she wanted, only to discover that it was not worth the cost. These works would explore the possibility of healing after profound trauma, the challenge of maintaining hope in the face of systematic oppression, and the question of whether love could survive transformation. The technological safeguards developed in response to her innovations would themselves become part of her legacy, as engineers worked to prevent future attacks while learning from the creativity she had demonstrated. The defensive measures that protected both cities would stand as monuments to her ingenuity, permanent reminders of the need to channel brilliance toward construction rather than destruction. The therapeutic practices that evolved from studying her case would help future generations of trauma survivors find paths toward healing that did not require violence. Her story would become both warning and guide, illustrating the dangers of untreated wounds while pointing toward alternative responses to abandonment and pain. As our long journey through the depths of transformation reaches its final destination, we see that Jinx's legacy extends far beyond the immediate destruction she caused, or the personal pain that motivated her actions. She had become a catalyst for changes that would outlive her, a force that had compelled two cities to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves and their relationship to each other. The blue-haired child who had once created mechanical toys to bring joy to her family had evolved into someone whose influence would be felt for generations, though not in ways she could have predicted or desired. Her story had become woven into the fabric of history, a thread of chaos in the larger tapestry of human experience that would continue to influence the pattern long after her own part in its creation had ended. In the profound stillness that follows the end of all tales, you might reflect upon the legacies we all create through our choices, and how even our most private struggles can ripple outward to touch lives we will never know. What marks do we leave upon the world through our responses to pain and our searches for meaning? How do we ensure that our own transformations serve to heal rather than harm? And what hope exists for redemption even after we have crossed lines we never thought we would approach? In the end, perhaps the greatest legacy is not the changes we force upon the world, but the understanding we leave behind about the complexity of human nature and the infinite capacity for both destruction and renewal that lies within every heart. And so, as sleep beckons with its promise of peace and renewal, we bid farewell to the girl who was Powder, the woman who became Jinx, and the legend that will outlive them both, carrying forward the eternal questions about love, loss, and the prices we pay for recognition, in a world that too often only notices us when we become impossible to ignore.